Doobie-doo-dum. Da. Check, check. Yay! We have sound, we have a microphone. Come here, microphone. Let me wake up a little bit as we go. Keyboard. And I've got a mouse. Lovely. Where should we start? Welcome to Programming Games. There was a good start. How about that? Ah, bless. Let's see how we're doing. Players. We've got players now. Alright. That looks good. Hey, twitchy twitch. We're up to date. Lovely. It's all there. It's all there. What do we have on here? Nothing. Switch a machine on then. Grab a different keyboard. Move this one out of the way. Ah, we have something. Alright, we have a Linux machine. Don't have to use a Linux machine. We can use Windows, we can use Linux, we can use everything. And welcome to my viewer. Good grief, that was quick. We have a viewer. Yay. Which one's which mouse now? Okay, that's that mouse. Oh dear. This is this mouse. Okay, we can apply that then. Yeah, just apply it. Absolutely fine, don't mind. So, we're on our final systems, are we? Okay. This will be the last episode in part 1 of how to write software. Well, game software anyway. Well, any software. It's not specifically to games. And we have 2 systems to write, if I remember correctly. I was just reading through the big board on the other screen, and yeah. I've changed over to a different view on here so I can actually see what's on the hard drive rather than just guessing. Right, so looking okay. Our code should work. Let's check it. Takes a whole 4 seconds to compile now. Oh dear. So if I hit the space bar, it will go into the Midnight Engine and we get movement on a player. That's all we're after. That's all we want. Okay. Registry of output is correct, and we've got a welcome message. That's good. Right, so what are we looking to do today? Amazing stuff. I'm going to complete it today. So systems. We've got movement and rendering. Let's do movement. Do the top one. So I've created the class, as you can see. Done nothing with it. And we are on dev. This one. So if you look under source code in dev, not master, you'll find now that we have systems movement, which is what I've got on screen now. I didn't notice that with the header file. Did it cut it off? Interesting. Alright, so we're on the dev branch at the moment. This is going to be literally developed today. Well, probably in the next hour. Hello, other viewers. Wow. Good to see you. If there's any questions, anything you want to know, if there's any code you're writing yourself, if there's anything at all about programming, go for it. We'll look at it. I'm a researcher. I'm systems designer. I am not a programmer, but I'm quite happy to look at anything you have. I'm here to help you, and hopefully in return people will help me. Do not spend money on this. I haven't put that notice up, have I? Do not spend money on this channel. Do not subscribe. Do not do anything silly like this. This is all free. I am retiring. Yay. Good. It's such a good feeling. I'm hyped. So, movement. Where did we hide our movement code? We hid it in core midnight, didn't we? What did we call it? Here's our movement code. Look at all of those if statements. Does anybody realise now that I hate if statements? If you've ever done assembly programming, you know why. It's to do with how CPUs work rather than anything else. And it's a major reason why a lot of programs, or AAA programs anyway, release in such a poor optimized state. Right, this is good code. Set player position, so we position component player position equals end player get position. So that is within the player itself. The system code has to be independent. This is something I haven't mentioned, is it? Any system cannot be linked, reliant on, or joined to, as in inherit from anything else. It has to be a standalone class. I'm going to call it a class. God knows what. It's got to be totally standalone, and that means that we can't instantiate the player within the class. We have to pass the player into it. So everything that it needs has to be passed in. So that's going to be the QKey event and the player, and that will be everything. So the code doesn't change. needs two things. The event from the keyboard and the player. Systems should also be generic, so it shouldn't be player, it should be entity. The thing is, we don't want to control every single entity in our world from the keyboard. Yeah, that would look a bit weird. So instead, we'll just have move player, I think. For now. It will change, obviously. Right, I'm nearly ready to actually do some programming. Do we need a return value? No. This is a void, so that's fine. Alrighty. Basic movement is just going to be move player, isn't it? You're probably thinking now, but hold on a minute. Yeah, doesn't matter, we'll get to that in a minute. Move player. Do one thing at a time. So we will need the entity, or the player. So let's check what the player actually is. It is a player class. Which comes from implementation. Mobiles.h. So we'll pop you in, shall we? So now we can have a ref. It will be a player. Ampersand player. We will also need a thingy for the movement side. We will want a thingy. I like thingies. Thingies are good. They're very expressive. One of them. Do I need anything for that? QObject, probably. How about QKeyEvent instead? Yeah. Oh, keyboard has gone to sleep. Dum ba dum ba da ba. Clue. Let's do a QKey event. May as well keep it simpler. Pop you in, like that. And there we have it. Why am I in lowercase here? Have I done this everywhere? Must be uppercase. Something to fix. So this is going to be the system that handles movement currently. Let's refactor that into our basic movement here. We can now take our code and we don't have position component, do we? Use of undeclared identifier position component comes from hold on. All right. I think we're getting somewhere now. Okay, I'm using mPlayer here. Player position equal. We're just using player now. Okay. We've got this text view thing. Oh, player doesn't count set player. That set player is back as well. This does have a return then. Player set player position pos x pos y. Why? Were we keeping track of this in here? No. Player position x equals x, player position y equals y. Don't we already have that? We don't. Okay. So that can come across. It's pos x and pos y. That will set the player position. Okay. we've got this move thing here. What's mTextView? A renderer. Complicated. Does it have to be complicated? No. Do that for this. This is getting a little bit longer than I expected. To avoid. And we'll update. Looking better. So looks like we are going to need this text position, this text view thingy. Not overly keen on that. You can always tell when I'm not overly keen on something because I just, look at it and go, So it's previous and current. Yeah, I've got you. Oh, come on. Oh. We are using output, so yes, we do need a text. What is text view? Q string. Pop it in the middle. Name it. Click on the little light bulb. We are no longer void. Unless... take it in by reference. Notice I haven't put const. That might... output. There. M output. Ah. Reference. Put an ampersand there, take off the M. Do that. And a comma. Okay. Cool. That was more complicated than I expected. I was just going to think it was going to be player and text view, but obviously not. I don't want a return value on it. It's independent. Should work. Good. That came in by reference. Yes. Right. That part so. But now we need a system. Okay. We'll do it the long way. Which will be adding so we'll do that. Source system movement basic. Rendering basic. So movement. 1 second. Let's have a look at how we're doing this. Systems really should come first, I would think, as they are independent, reliant. F. Basic movement. M. System. May as well set up the other one whilst we're here. Ref. Whatever I've done with this one. Basic rendering. That will be M underscore rendering system. Let's get these set up. We'll just create the refs for now. That one will do. Oops. Don't do that. Create ref. Okay. Need initializers. So we don't really need to do this. Set up systems if required. Don't require it at the moment. Alright, I think we can do that now. So this basically should come down to move player. So it wants a reference to the player, who will be probably M player. Yeah, it is. Next, move player, ref player, comma, Q string and text view. Okay, doesn't seem too bad. Now we want the output system, output. And then we want the event. That's it. System complete. God damn it, I love things when they work. Right, next system is going to be rendering. Some movement. Nothing in it. Okay, fair enough. Again, just a basic setup with the names spaced. Looking good. Oh, love. Where is our rendering? No idea. Midnight will tell us. It's in output. Do I want it there? Let's see what that's doing, shall we? Ah. Oh, we can't have that there. Where's set text used? Only in the one place. Thank God for that. So that's an absolute waste of time, that function anyway. Currently. We don't use it anywhere else, do we? Not that I'm aware of. Backtrack. Okay. So it looks like our text output has got a little bit of rendering in there. We don't want to be using output for rendering. Is this tricky? Nah, not really. So let's make ourselves something in here. Again, a void. A void. We'll just put text renderer. Text rendering. I've got a horrible feeling. Oh god, how did that happen? I've got a feeling that we might just need to hit return on this one. Don't know why. We are going to need the output. That's a def. Our text output. 100%. We're going to put you in there. In fact, we'll put you in as first. First place. Well done. We'll reference you. And we'll take that off just for a second or two. Text output is that one. You've got to love C++ for this. Okay, we're happy. You notice I'm not storing anything either. I'm not storing any data in the systems. Everything's passed in, everything's operated on, and that's it, done. Memory is cleared. It's not a data storage area. If we've got output, we'll need the text. I think that's obvious. I think we can take it as const. But I'm not going to. Okay. And then we need to look at what we are doing. So in Midnight, we just call the onUpdate function with the text. In text, our onUpdate function set text view, which does that. All right, let's start making this then. I think we can make it now. Let's bring this back on screen so everybody can see what we're doing. All right, let's do that then. So the first thing we do is set plain text to whatever the text is. So moutput set plain text, and that's a signal. So this will work to whatever the output is, which is... Oh, we've got M's in it. Damn me. My bad. Notice I haven't put an ampersand sign next to the text view this time, please. We are not altering our text view. So we set the text like that. This means, interestingly, that's no longer required. This update. Rendering means we now do output update, and I want the signal, please. Thank you. That's it. Just that up. That means that our text output no longer updates itself. This is simple render, should be a system. Part of the renderer. I think I was slightly ahead of myself there. Move to a system, set position and move. No. Not yet. I'm not ready to go that far yet. I'll look in that in a second. First of all, we have to get this working. Right, so we've taken stuff out of text output. We now have it in basic rendering. Midnight can't call whatever it's calling, and now has to call the renderer. It will be text rendering. We will need the output. And we will need the text view string. I'm guessing is going to be something like text view. Yeah, that one. This shouldn't work. Oh, done it. Finished our systems. Good. Right, next. Does work. That's a sign of good design, isn't it? Well, that changed the face of things, didn't it? Stupid question. Yeah, these are the reconstructions of the outputs. No, I am keeping you two in here. For now. Okay, quick cleanup. Let's see if we've broken anything by doing that. I think we should do. It's not being used. Why do we have it? It's not being used in this file. So it must be in the application. I don't think we do it. We're using midnight set player position instead. Aha, it's here. So it is being used. Aha, found you, you little sneak. Should that be in the movement system? No, the movement system moves things. Doesn't do anything else. So what was I thinking? This is updating its... No, this is about its own data. That's fine. It's operating on its own data. It's not a system at all. Move. Who's doing move? Oh yes, we're using this move to operate on the data of the scene, aren't we? I remember now. Yeah, this is all to do with scene. Everything here is to do with scene. Yeah. That's fine. I lied to myself. That's got nothing to do with movement. Initialize set position and move, reconstruct output, and the scene, the actual data. So these all act on the data directly, or this construct. That's a class. That's what a class should look like. Oh, that wasn't helpful. Where did that appear from? Stop doing that. Okay, we'll clean that up as well. That's good news. You're done. You're done. We had two here that we're messing about, didn't we? So let's do that. Let's do that. But you can see now that this is just a collection of everything else. Let's go to midnight. Let's go to there. Let's go to there and see what we've killed. Well, nothing in here. It's here. I can't believe that nobody's come back to me on this. Nobody said, what the hell do you think you're writing here? Oh, well, I don't mind. Nobody spotted it. I spotted it, I wrote it. Yes, I do read what I write. That's one of the clues of how you become a good programmer. Alright, so all of these are now simple. Let's just check through. Basic rendering is basic rendering. Can't get much more basic than that now, can it? Don't forget to tell people that you left it empty on purpose, please. Yeah, that's okay. Has this changed much? We don't really need this initialized now, do we? Let's be honest. Oh, look. That's simpler. Okay. It should be alright. Yeah. Can't get past the boundaries. Good. Right. Whatever. Anything else we can play with here? Not in basic rendering. Basic rendering is so basic, it's a little bit basic. The application window is looking better. Close that before somebody notices anything, the other things that I have done on purpose, possibly. Movement is looking very basic. Very basic indeed. It's just one thing. That's looking very good. I'm pleased at that one. I'm very pleased at the other ones. Midnight should be simplifying itself, but you can see there's a growing thing here. We might need to address that. I've done it this way on purpose so you can see it grow. We now are using our rendering system. Okay. Got a bool on that here. Set player position. Yeah, we'll keep that, although I don't think we're using it much. But we are. Move player. No longer need notes. We know what we're doing. Ooh, 56 lines of code with me writing downwards. My God, it doesn't get much more basic than that, does it? Done. That's your systems. Your 2 introductory systems on how to write them. If you do decide to write better systems, which you should do, basic systems are pretty basic. Yeah, there are better systems, the ones I've just written. What do we now have? We have a core, Midnight. We have camera, player. We're not using the camera at the moment. Mobiles, assets, which we're not using at the moment. Fine. Could you just call that assets instead of mobile? Choices. Systems we now have. We have a common. Have the program. Booyah. We're done. Finished. Difficult, wasn't it? We managed to do all of this in a week. Whole program took, what, 6 to 8 hours to write, so it's a day's work, if that, from scratch. More if you're researching it properly, probably 2 days. I mean, I did skip quite a lot of the research because I've done it before in the past, so I was relying on experience rather than doing the full research. But at the same time, we still use the manual, all the rest of it. I tried to act as much like a numpty as I could. I think that's the best way of putting it. But now we've got a very, very simple program. This is what an average programmer would probably program. It's a very average piece of work. This is pass 1, complete. Let's get that completed. Systems up and for movement. And rendering. Look at all the things we modified. And we did a little bit of cleanup in the middle of that as well, which was handy. Saves me doing it later. Alright, I'm happy with that. Let's pop that up on GitHub for you. Can't see why not. So dev, push successfully, dev to origin. There you go, dev had recent pushes less than a minute ago. Ooh, that's me, I'm a dev, woo. Oh dear. Very, very average code. Very, very average implementation of what we set out to do. Is it correct? Funnily enough, no, it's not. A lot of people say yes, and this is the code, if you were working for a games company, would be accepted and placed into your deployment code. If I was to hand this code in, to check it in a AAA games company, I would hand in my resignation the same day. This code is awful by my standards. It's average by industry standards. In fact, by industry standards, it's pretty good, but hey ho, we can't go there. It doesn't have very many if statements in there. And this is where things change. This is what I want to show people. Not that you can write a game engine in a week, well, a day, which you can. Game engines aren't complicated. You only have to do a couple of things. They have to be able to move things and render things. That's a game engine. So I've completed that part. Let's get out of this before I go on my high horse. Spend the next hour ranting on about the state of programming today. Which is, yeah, it's that, isn't it? Right, let's move over and we now have this done. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to put ticks against movement and rendering. And that means we now have first. I don't like that. That was awful. So let's give ourselves quite a lot of space here. What am I at? 3.232. Go down to that. All right. Come on, pen, don't let me down. As soon as I do that, I click the button by accident. That's your first pass. We have now completed our first pass. We now have the code. It is purely original code. I have refused to look up quite a number of things and use things that I've done in the past. Everything that is in this code is totally original and didn't exist before last week. I did that on purpose so that I didn't accidentally over-engineer it. So that begs the question, what is the second pass? The second pass is where you go back through the code and you do it properly. You do it correctly. I've made a glaring, massive cock-up in the middle of that code. The code's usable, by the way. You can use it. It will work, and it is the good basis for any average game engine that you might want to employ. Not a problem with that. The code's fine. The standard of the code is average. I want the standard of the code to turn from average to good. There's probably going to be somebody from the game industry who comes across this one day and thinks, oh my god, we would say that that was bloody good. Yes, you probably would, to that person who watches in the future. I really am ashamed of your industry. And I say that in all truth and honesty. I am ashamed of what we have allowed programming to become. Do programmers have a standard? Do they have a code of practice? No. Are they a profession? No. A profession needs a code of practice. We don't have one. And because of that, you get things like Windows appearing, taking over the market, destroying everything in its path, and giving us crack code. Second pass, let's make it better. We can make it better. what do you do for your second pass? You go back to the beginning. Here, where it all started. And you look at this and you think, core interface, virtual. Let's go right back to the beginning. Core interface would be virtual. Is our core interface virtual? A simple question whilst I go and find some petrol for my lighter. Well, no, it isn't, is it? Come on, let's be honest. It's nothing. The system that we set out to design, the code is not even close. The systems part is, because I made sure of it. Made sure I did that bit properly at the end. The class part of it is damn close. But the core interface, it's nowhere goddamn near. That's why I would have resigned. I had designed a system and I had failed to comply to my own design. That makes me worthless as a systems engineer. Worthless. I can't even stick to my own system. Pretty pathetic. And yeah, I'm calling myself out on it. I'm going to hold my hand up and say, I goobered it up. And that's what programming is all about. Programming is about having an idea and seeing how much of a mess you can make of it. Most of the time. And that's why you do a first pass and then we do a second. I can guarantee you 100% on the first pass of all code that is ever written, the idea and intent is never encoded. It can't be, because you don't know what the end result is until you get there. It's an impossibility. It would be like telling some famous painter, oh, go and paint the Mona Lisa. Yeah, great. But if you have a look at the painting of the Mona Lisa and you X-ray it, you'll find out there's quite a lot beneath. It didn't happen first time. And that's a real professional. Somebody with standards. Somebody with an idea of what they're doing, maybe. An artist would sketch, possibly do a quick watercolour, put his idea together, then go into the paint medium of choice. Then he would do his first impression from the sketches. He could leave it like that and it would be an average piece of work. Or he could then develop it into a masterpiece. How useful is the code that we have got currently? 100% useful. Is it worth the time and effort to do a second pass? Yes. Because it will make it 200% useful. Oh God, I'm a good mathematician. It won't just make it useful for other people, it'll make it useful for us. So 100% to them and 100% to us. That's 200%. That's maths. At the moment, it's no good to us at all. So let's start this second pass. Let's have a look at this, because the second pass is all about this, how we wanted our system, how we wanted to design our system in the first place. Back to the code. Now, our application's got nothing to do with this. Our application's fine. Yeah, I've already told you there's something wrong with it. But that's for a future. What we have, we'll start with our systems. We know our systems are good. We've just written them. They are independent. They don't rely on anything. They're not holding any data. That's the clue. There's no data being held in here. They are a system. They operate on the data that we provide to them. That's the idea of them. Why it's called a system. What was in there? Don't know. So everything's okay. Can't get past the right hand side, can we? No. Top. Top middle. Bottom middle. Bottom corners. Get your corners. No sig faults. Alright. So it's solid. And it works. Why would I want to then go and change the code? This will become evident by the end of this session. Systems we can count out. We are happy with the systems. Our implementation, our output. Set position move, everything operates on this. Everything within here are the simple operations for maintaining this variable. It's not a system. A system operates on multiple levels. This is just keeping our scene data up to date, as can be seen in here. It's just acting on the scene data. Our intro picture has data. It sets the data up and it deletes the data. That's okay. Our mobiles are just an override of mobile. Guessing. Yep. And provide a way of getting the position easily. They're okay. They're doing that's an implementation. It is providing information to the system. It is providing an easy extraction method, basically, that data for the system. Stop us repeating lumps of code. These are all the same, so I only need to look at one. And then we come to this. What on earth is this? It's a mess. It's your spaghetti. It's where we dumped all the mess. It's not structured. It's certainly not an interface. It could be called one on the surface, I suppose. Like an ocean could be called wet. It's a damn mess. It's spaghetti. It's just where we've dumped all the garbage bits that we didn't want to really deal with. And it's storing data. Why would an interface need data? Isn't that an implementation? Implementations hold data. So we're missing a file. We've got mobile, we've got output. What don't we have? We don't have a class. Mobile and output in our implementation. Why don't we have a core for our core implementation? Why don't we have an implementation for our main engine? We should, shouldn't we? Because it's got a lot of data in it. Come on then, Poppy. Come on, good girl. Let's see what we can do with this, eh? Hash include. Let's set it up. This is how easy it really should be. Good question. The answer is there. It's in source. Core. Public. Midnight. Which we can't do because we haven't namespaced it. Okay. There we go. We now have a main engine. But what about midnight? What about this? What, we're inheriting. Hold on a minute. Yeah, we're inheriting from midnight. This is the data storage for midnight. Where's all the data? It's here. Let's rethink this, shall we? Let's rethink it. A queue object, huh? Alright, we'll take you then. We'll pop you in here at midnight. And that's parent. Alright, we'll set it up properly. Not the way I want to, but we'll set it up properly. Oh god, I did not think. Alright. Are we okay on here? Yes, we are. Now we can start thinking about what the hell went wrong. What the hell went wrong is we just dumped stuff in, is the answer. So let's just give ourselves some space. On update, is that required? Yeah, it's our rendering. So I think we should do that. So that would be a virtual void on update. Force the programmer to implement it by putting equal to 0 at the end. A register output. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I'm just taking that out for a second. It's going to cause us problems. As you can see already. We're just taking that out. So, virtual void on update. But that's not correct. It's static. Yeah. Virtual can what? On non-static member functions, so we can't make it static. Ooh. Alright, we won't make it static then. Fine by me. We've got a bool whatever, so we can do that as well, can't we? So virtual bool. Yeah, just cut and paste. I've got to that stage now, haven't I? And we can make that equal to 0. And I think we can see what's happening already. There's a pattern happening here. Has to be implemented. Hold on a minute. This means that we could have different implementations. Yeah. The whole point. Don't have any signals, and we have all of this rubbish here. It should underline everything now. And it's coming through from midnight, isn't it? Clean up. These are independent and should be placed at the top. Okay. All of this lot, all the data is now safe. What does this mean for midnight.cpp, except for a lot of red? Let's find out. Don't look at a lot of red. A lot of red can get upsetting. So back in Midnight H, we've now got all of this lot. Error. Constructor cannot be declared virtual. Really? Simple. Fix that. Unknown, unknown. I thought QObject might have held on to that, but it didn't. Never mind. Fix that first. Key event, isn't it? We only want key event, we don't need the rest of it. And the only other thing we need then is text output. That one. We could just say it's all right, you know, forward declare it because it's not doing anything. I don't want to do that. I don't like forward declarations. They break. I've just done something again. Stupid. That one. Alright. All of this we have to implement in Engine. We have to. We don't have a choice. It's an illegal contract that we've made. A virtual function, a pure virtual function like that, is it's a little tad illegal if you don't do it right. Go back to main, that's now wrong. No matching constructor. Not needed. Unused parameter, parent. I'll come back to that. I'm not overly happy about that bit. Anyway. Take out that, put in override. So what is this now? This is a contract that says that anything that inherits from this class must implement these 4 things. I like the word things. And you do that by taking out the equals 0 and putting override. Why would I want to do this? What would happen if I suddenly wanted to go to 3D? I could make a main engine 3D, couldn't I? Interesting. There's a class, or there's something missing now. Something big is missing, because this doesn't do anything. I'm just wondering whether I want it virtual. Should be. Doesn't have to be. I think I should research this. I want to do it properly. I'm not up for guessing this one. No, I'm not going to guess that. Oh, of course you won't do. Where's the search function? It's not here. Search function. Oh, explore. Ew. All of this. Ah, found you. that's an optional. No equals 0 on it. Pretty much on 4. The layer. Oh, that's a good idea. Using an inline static to pass it onto a virtual. I like that one. It's also a singleton. Singleton instantiated. Oh no. I like this idea because you can see the equals 0, which means you must do this. But we've also got instantiation. That's Is that something I would like? Well, I want to use the inline. I do want to use this idea of protected. I like that. If you notice, it's all impl, 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 impl. So the user can do that. That's how you get to it. Alright, I understand now why it's got the instantiate. I like that one. Put the bait. Alright. No, I prefer the first one. I like this input one, but I don't really think I want to instantiate. Do I? Do. No, I want this. This is next to perfect for what I want. So I think that's what we'll write. All right, let's do it fully. Let's do it as a proper one then. Protected. Let's kick this it really well. Ah. Coming across problems in my own mind now. Maybe not. Alright, keep it simple. Do not develop it into something like that straight away. Okay. My mind is revolting. Yes, I know it's totally horrible. Kiss, keep it simple. Stupid. I'm worried about this Q object. And we have an initialize. That's what we're missing. Okay, I remember now. I was thinking about what I was missing. Let's pop you lot in. This is where we sort it all out. Mscene initialize. I'm gonna be dumping crap into it. I don't like that. Out of line declaration. Good. Must be a definition. Yeah, we are going to need that. Damn it. Yeah. Yeah, that is there. Not right. problem with something like this is you can get it right and wrong at the same time. Don't actually need that there anymore. Do that. We do need the Q object, and this is why I'm having a problem with it. There we go. That's fine. That's okay. We can pull this. It's how we use it. I'm trying to think of usage rather than anything else. Oh, there's a comma there. There we go. Where we're starting. Alright, but that is where we are starting. Main engine now works. Let's get them all done then. I'm tempted. Very tempted to do something different. Just refactor them. Get these things set up. Alright. Let's start transporting the code over. Tap, tap, tap. Alright, we're okay at this point. Apply position. Basically, all we're doing is refactoring it into a station. It also gives us a chance to set the stage for later when we do more things, putting in better interfaces. And it's the interface that I want to concentrate on at this. Okay, all that works. Goodbye. That was right. So core is that. And we now have all of the implementation in. Is this what we want? It's now correct, as long as these aren't doing anything stupid. We initialize the scene. Well, yeah, okay, so we're doing something stupid. Oh, no, we're not. That's an implementation. It passes it through to a system. We initialize the output. That's okay. Sending it through to the output. Sending it through to a system. A redirection. Yep, that's fine. Not brilliant, but it's fine. I'm not sure I need the... We'll soon see as we go to our application window. Our application window makes this thing here, which is pure virtual. Ooh, sorted. Do it. I'm a genius. You can't instantiate this. That would just be suicide. We also need that queue object to be in this class. So what we're going to do is we're going to protect Midnight, the constructor, from outside interference. Now we should get an error. And we do. What we should be instantiating is main engine. The implementation. It can be named the same, that's fine. Doesn't that take something? I've spotted an error. This does have a queue object in it. And that is needed for the keyboard input if you're wondering what that's all about. It's the event system. Queue object governs the event system within Qt. If you're going to use a queue event, should have that there. We don't technically need it in main engine. I just feel safer with it there. That's all. Okay. Now everything will work as normal. But we're not using the interface. As an interface. Now I understand. I don't want it to work this way. An interface shouldn't work by instantiation. How an interface should work go backwards one step. How an interface should work without main. So the correct answer is that. And that. Perfect. Now we're back to the Qt. Fantastic. I like that one. I like that one a lot. This causes us errors, please. Well, obviously can't delete. Don't. Now, this is where it becomes interesting. I want to be able to do that. The reason for this is what happens if the user of your library doesn't want your main engine, they want to create their own. Want something different than they don't want it just to be a text output. They want 3D or something, so they write a 3D implementation. Now, down at the bottom, obviously, definitely not. Initialize engine. All right. So we want well, that's easy enough to it. There's no M midnight in. So we need to create an M midnight. And it has to be a pointer. It would also need a type. So we are going to need a variable. That's it. And it's going to have to be. We don't get a choice in the matter. What I want to write, though, on the initialize engine. It would be night, midnight. Doesn't exist. That's what I want to write. And then all of these should work. Let's start off with this one line here in 58. See if we can get that. Got to be public. Well, static inline queue object. This might change completely how everything else. Okay. That works. What is it actually going to do? So what we do is we have a private. I'm trying to remember how to do this on the fly. We want our self. It's going to have to be static. So S, static. There's your distance. It has to return that. So are going to take the midnight star instance no, we don't need to. We've got S instance. If S for instance equal to a null pointer, and to put under instance new uh, return. A point. Allocating an object of abstract class night midnight. Unimplemented pure virtual method on update. Got you. Ah. And that's what to be like. Doing? Keep putting them inside. parameter. Right, so I got it to that stage. All right, under protected. We can take this lot. It's a bit more complicated than I expected, but I don't care. This is where you're equal. There I go. I am implementation. Perfect. Let's implementate. Implementate? Is that a word? And why am I getting hungry? I shouldn't get hungry. Moving. Been burning a lot of calories recently. No apparent reason. Alright. I'm happy. Oh god, what's all this crap here? Alright. Huh? How did this get here? Go away. Don't want to see you. Right, we're okay with this file. Yeah, we're okay with that. Are we okay with the header? Yes, we are. We've got everything saved. We've got everything coming together in the main engine. Yes, we have. In Midnight, we have nearly everything ready. We can create our instance. That's that one done. We'll do it. I don't. Hold on a minute. That's not virtual. Okay. That's right. All right, I shut that one up. Why have I got a semicolon in? Why have we got semicolons? Writing the font. Right, register output. Is return. S instance. That. Remove. Are we happy with that? Yeah. We are happy with that. Set player position. I'm not happy with me create yet, but don't worry. I'll get back to that. There we go. And the last one. Move player. Notice these are all virtual. So they will get passed on to whatever we create. Created the wrong thing. We'll think about that in a second. This will work properly once we've worked it all out. There we go. Right, so that's the full way of passing that to here. Where does that end up? Is there a simpler way of doing that? It will go to anybody who owns that, but who owns it? and we've got a round. This is why I don't like doing things that... We could reconstructing. There's many different ways of doing this, and I'm trying to think of one that's going to be simple and straightforward. What we have will work if this instance is the correct thing. It's not. It's an instance of itself. It needs to be an instance. Problem is, midnight is included here. How do I include it over easily? This is one of those horrible things which I don't like doing. It's a cheat. I need that to be main engine. What? Oh. And it doesn't know what a main engine is. So to get around that problem, we can't include it. We'll have to go to night common. It's the only way I can think of doing it without screwing everything up. Pop it here. Now we're going to screw. Okay. Really? You didn't want me to put that in? Okay. Feel free. Move that. Can you see the problem? I can see the problem. Error. Don't need to look at that. I know what it's... because I'm stupid. Where is it? Here. I'll put that there. Going to Night Common. Who needs it first? Did it go above or below? Oh, something missing. No? That's not. Now have duplication all over the place. Okay. That looks okay. I don't think that. No, they are coming. Scenes being rotated. Which makes. No. Alright. I'll do it this way. That's fine. I didn't really want to do it that way anyway. That's cheating. Sorry, scene. Can't do it like that. I'm going to have to put the CPP file back in. That's it. I have to put it in here. They can't stop me. Right. That's better. And that can go back into wherever it should have been in the first place. There. Everything works now in that file. It's still telling me that the include file's wrong. Oh yes, that midnight include file is now wrong. Now I've got to stop being. Okay. How do we do this? I don't like doing forward declarations. Never do them. May. And no, it's just main engine. How do you do this? Hmm. Is it just namespace? No. This is how often I use this kind of idea. Blech. Dislike it with a vehement. Want to forward declare it? Oh, of course. We're inside night. All right. And it's gonna let me do it that way. Hmm. But now when we create it, it's an incomplete class. Okay. there. That's fine. Got there. Okay. What kind of reaction are we going to get here? Use of undeclared what? Oh. All of these now have to go into a CPP file. Okay. I'm fine with that. There we go. Done. One at a time. Carefully do it. This is critical to how everything is going to work eventually. A register output. It's the most complicated part of anything that I've done so far, and I'm trying to keep it all simple, obviously. That didn't work out. But I want this right. I want this golden. I want it to sparkle. This piece of code is going to be the best. And if it doesn't work, I'll throw it away. Really not that bothered. So, pop you up. Looking good. I just want a solid way to make interfaces that do more than they say they do. And this will, by the looks of it. And once it works, if it works, then that do it. No more round robins and stupid inheritance from header files. Make sure I haven't left it in. No, I haven't. Good. I still have an error on line 40. And I've got them moving around. I've got errors moving around now. Is it the word static? It is, isn't it? Oh, right, it's still on the build thing, is it? Let's just try you out. We can clear any of these errors. It's not a class, namespace, or... Oh, right, these errors are coming. That's fine. Right, lovely. Done it. Alright, let's start at the beginning. Incompatible pointer types assigning. Correct. Incompatible pointer types on midnight. Right, let's just get rid of it. Get this lot closed off, please. Let's just concentrate now on the beginnings. Insanity. Yeah, we've got midnight here. I would prefer the main engine. So we're back to this again. Okay. Don't mind. Ah. Alright. Let's just do a quick build on that. Let's see if we can get rid of some of these issues. Yeah, we're down to 9. Bool result equals that. Register output. Correct. 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 Okay. Alright, it's not liking it. This is what I was expecting. And it's because of undefined reference to night, midnight, create. Well, thank you, Poppy. Night, midnight. It's inheritance. I see. There are so many better. Okay. We haven't set it, have we? Have we achieved anything? We haven't. I don't think we. No, we can't. Oh, this is a pointer. What type of pointer is it? Okay. I don't want to do it that way. This is what I'm really having problems with. So it would be equals. You do night colon main engine colon create this. That's correct. Because then people could actually have their own engine and just put in create this. That's the idea of it. It means that you're not restricted to one engine. Now, create this doesn't come up in here. The implementation isn't here, it's in Midnight, but that's coming in through there. So it should be picking up on this static inline. Oh. Don't like the inline idea. Can leave that up to the compiler for now. Let's simplify it down. Static I want, inline, optional. So in our application, I don't want to create too many errors here. Yeah, that's just gonna, can't even do that. So if midnight does do that, returns a main engine star, then we should be able to do the set player position. It's there. But it's static. Alright, let's get rid of the static for a bit. I think that's going to mess me up. If it's not static, it is that. I'm just wondering at the end of the day if it's just going to be a new. It's inheriting. I don't like this version. I seriously don't like it. I want something that's simple to use. You can swap in and out whatever you want. What it's asking me to do currently is that. Whatever. Just for a second. Undefined reference to night. Create object. We would have to then call that off. Undefined reference to night, midnight, register output, night, text output. Don't like this system. This is awful. It's a layer of complication that is it really needed? I don't think it is. I think I've just worked out why. Because I've done it in the wrong way. I've done it in the wrong order. Alright, so let's go back to the original idea of an interface, which works off not being allowed to use the object. What we need to do is make the object independent. So we can't have a new. The object then becomes instantiated. We have control over it. We have ownership. We can't do that with a game engine. To do that is suicide for your game, especially if it gets into a hacker's hands. Your game's dead before it's begun. Do you need to be able to type in that? That has to be legal in it, isn't it? It's a straight error. M-Midnight is not a class. Coffee. That's my answer. Coffee. I probably skirted all the way around the solution and just missed it. Which is usual. You think that gives a message? Let's go and bake. Kettle's on the boil. Yeah, the code's about 90% of the way there. We just need to take the step over the threshold for it to be complete. I need to do some more research, obviously. You got to remember that I've forgotten more than I know. Exactly. It's when you remember that, it becomes very difficult. But what you learn to do as a researcher is look things up. I know what I'm looking for. I think that's the experience side of things, though, just knowing what you're looking for. What looks right, what looks wrong. What we've got at the moment looks wrong because the instance is in the wrong place. Because we're not making a true singleton. What we are, well, we are, but we're also inheriting. And that complicates things, always complicates things. So let's go make that coffee. Till it's boiled. We're on the cusp of greatness. We are 500 feet from the top of Mount Everest. What a damn shame. Bin it. Oh, wrong. Yep, this is. Stop messing around with the application for a minute. Whoopsie daisy, don't do that. Let's try this idea. Oh, I forgot. Um. Right. Let's go to midnight. Let's just take the whole of you. Just say. Just do that for a second. Let's get rid of it. Let's go virtual. Once more. Let's go back to the beginning of this exploration. I think I want to keep that in for inheritance. Notice I'm not using inheritance. Oh, it's a struct, that's what. Ah. Perfect. Do we have a... Oh, it's an inline, isn't it? Of course. So you would also need this thingy here. Type thing at the bottom. Oh, bollocks. Never mind, I'll come to that in a minute. Let's set it all up then. Pop. Okay. Did that well, didn't I? Right, that's legal. What isn't legal? Ah, oh no. Can go away. And the create does what? I don't think I want the create in here. This is on an API. And it just returns a new whatever. Alrighty. So that's what we're looking like here. On. Got it. We do want the creating. I was very, very close to being correct, it would seem, as usual. So what we're looking at let's take you out for now. Make sure I haven't got anything stupid in here. I don't. Okay. I was correct in this main engine thing. Yeah. Because what we're doing here is an inline of a creation. We're just calling it vertex buffer. Okay. Glad I'm right downwards. That's where we need our Q object. So we create ourself in the oh, yes. I remember this thing about pointers. So it's an inline. Midnight Star. And Q object pair. All right. Okay, we're okay so far. And in here, we return whatever it is that we want. Return is a new main engine. And that's pet. Allocating an object of abstract class type knight. All on implemented, yeah, that's right. Because I put impulse all over the place, didn't I? That stays the same. Everything else stays the same. We just take the impulse off. Thank you. Error disappears. Midnight now looks fine. Main engine header file looks fine. Let's get this code up and going. I'm actually finding this interesting now. We have found multiple ways of looking at this. All right. Does return a main engine, but in the format of a vertex buffer. It returns a and it specifically states that it does. Main engine should not have anything else in it except for I'm going to look at that in a second. That is now correct. That is now correct. I have one error. Midnight on update. I don't see it. Are you in error? Virtual void. Midnight. I don't see. That's not right. This is a Q widget, isn't it? Oh. Yes. You know what we don't have? That could give. Didn't think so. It's already in there. Alright, let's have a look at this class. OpenGL Vertex Buffer. Where is it? There's your... Don't see why there's a problem. C++ is there. Might help. I don't want to make this a widget. God damn you, game. We've got it right. QObject isn't doing what I'm expecting it to do. And I've come across this before in Qt, where this doesn't quite work. Why wouldn't it do that? Have a look at that compilation. Initialize engine, yeah. Undefined reference to night, midnight, create object, QObject star. Undefined reference. I know, put it in the right. Here we go. Used but never defined. Oh. What's this then? Used. I have to put this in here. I don't have a choice. It's the only place I can get main engine from. Awkward. Where's my coffee? Do we really need main engine to be a QObject? This is the next question. Is this what's defeating me? All right. Bye. Bye. Click. See, it knows. Knows it's there. Why not defining? That's a definition. Fine. Totally get. Stop inheritance. Just go back to normality. Let's take a step back from Qt because I think we have a problem with Qt. Okay. It looks normal. Okay, Qt removed. I don't. That. Back in the application. Get rid of that. No relevant class found. I spotted you that. You compiled. Note, no relevant class found, no output generated. Time to learn how to forward declare. Class. I've never done. This is the first time I've ever tried doing it like that. You don't need to forward declare it. On a minute. I'm not using it. Why am I forward declaring something that I'm not using? It's building, but it's not compiling properly. Mock main engine. Oh God, where have you put your mocks? Get rid of mock main engine. Clean, 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 clean. Good. It was in the subfile. It crashed. Yes. Now that's a result. That is a result. I get really, really excited about crashes because crashes means I'm messing somebody's memory up. Now we already know why, but let's have a look at it in more. Expected. So to look at debug, separate button. We are crashing here. Then crashing on. Oh, possibly the line before. M midnight equals OX3. Yeah. That should have resulted in a false. That doesn't work. What the hell is an OX3? There's your. So M midnight is coming back, but I think that's an error. I think it should start OX556 though. That's the prefix for this program. 3. Error 3. C++ error 3. X. So C++ error OX. System. Stop replying on things. Yeah, I've just written a whole function in C and you're telling me about C style stuff. Great. That's incorrect. Runtime code. Thank you. It's a crash. Right, it's just a crash. Thank you. Why didn't people just say that instead of giving them bullshit answers? C and C++ are the same goddamn language. C++ just means it's being extended. Don't bullshit people. Tell them you can't use it. Sorry, I get annoyed about that. That crashes. So our creation method may not be as sound as we like it to be. For what reason would it crash? I can get better information back. I know I haven't got to delete here either. Okay, I can get better information back if I do something strange. Probably. Doing strange things is what I like to do. Let's just include our source. Our common file. Let's turn this into a reference. Shared pointer, if you want to know what a reference is. Is it under night? It is. Yeah, it is. You don't need the star. Alright, so that's now a shared pointer. C++ standard shared pointer from the standard library. It's just a macro that I've made to make it easy for myself. Oops. So destruction isn't necessary anymore. Let's have a look at this line now. Let's reset our shared pointer at this into whatever we create. Now we can create what the hell we like in any way we like in this functionality. We are using let's use static. which means it's public, it's in midnight. If this works, I'm a dodo. Seriously. It shouldn't do. So we're in night. We're in midnight. It now has a create function, which returns a pointer. This will compile. No, it doesn't. Fantastic. Application function, application initialize engine. Yep, that's right. This is a bit we're messing with. Night create. Collect 2, error LD, return 1 exit status. Process make exited. Oh. Make. Okay. Let's not do that then. We will instead make it equal to create. No, night create. We will create a reference instead in the format of, well, whatever we decided we wanted it to be. And then we'll just pass it that pointer. Can you make that? We ask ourselves. Ooh. Right, this is on the constructing C++ shared pointers. I don't even need to, it's the allocator for the shared pointer. And it's come up on 162. Up, type name args. Okay. Construct up, comma args. No except. No throw constructible. Up args. Okay, void star. Oh, right, you're going to be using one of those, is it? Standard forward the arguments that we give it. So it's going to give us a void star. I've got something stupid in my application. At the top somewhere. No? Header file. Alright, let's go back to resetting then. Well, thank you, Compile. That was, you see how you can get more information out of it just by doing something stupid? So that there. And we'll create ref. Control V. Can't see. That's no good, is it? If you can't see what you're doing, that's usually bad. Really bad. Control V. You just do that. Oh, well, thank you. Whatever that happened there, I don't know. Back here now, we don't need to do that. Now we can use that other way of doing it. So it should be able to get this far. It should crash, but we should compile. Maybe. Ooh, no we don't. Because the following virtual functions are pure within... now you're starting to get some information. Wow, look at all of this. Gone from no information to slightly too much. With up equal to night, midnight. Args, yeah, that's what I've asked for. Static void allocator. Struct. Construction that we've got a problem with, which I come. Something inside of one of these files that thing. It's you. It's you, you little bug. Ducks. The other way. We might be able to get away with a Q widget. Public. Then we come back to the parenting issue. And this stuff, don't we? And it's all because of that key event. You can't have a key event. You can't have an event system without a queue object. It doesn't work. This now scuppers this. Because it's saying it's never being defined. I don't have a choice, do I? I'd have to put in a protected. And it would have to be midnight. You widget. The only way we're going to get that. That's the only way I can think of getting past this, but that's in the wrong place now. Yeah. Really shouldn't be in here. We would really want it to go, well, a little bit higher than that on the order. Oh, for God's sake. Ooh, empty. We've got nothing splattering inside, have we? No. Hmm. It doesn't matter. Right, that's okay. Has to have the same signature. That's the rules. Whoa, a pile. Well, I'm getting good at this spelling thing now. I go back with it. And everything should link together, except for the fact we're not a queue object. We are now. Oof. This is unavailable for static member functions. Really? Fair enough. Cannot call member function night midnight star. Night midnight create without object. That's correct. Can't. Because I've just taken it off static. You need your object, you can have your object. You want your widget, you can have your widget. It's here. Your thing is wrong. Queue widget. There. Yeah, that signature works. We put the parent in and push it through. Invalid new expression of abstract class type night midnight. I know what's wrong with that. Don't know. We're back to this one. And it's how Qt handles the queue object. What it's telling me is I cannot return a midnight. I have to return a main engine. That's what it's saying. That's what it's telling me to do. And I can't do that because we don't have one. Forward declaration. Oh, it's as simple as that. Just class A. What are you doing? God, I hate the internet these days. Get off that page. So all we do is put in class A, which is whatever. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I understand that. Um, can't. It's returning the wrong thing. So we're back to that again. This is going round in damned circles. Starting to annoy me. I don't want it to be main engine. This is the whole point of this. Hmm. This is what's annoying. Going round in a circle. No matching function. Call night main engine. And if I do it the other way around, I've then got to reset it all back to the other one. Oh, for X's sake. Don't worry. At the end of the day, what it's telling me to do is it? That's what it's telling me to do. Now we have the reference B table. Basically means we now have to do this. Because we're not using the Qt version. Oh, And it's line, go away. As we equal now a new main engine. And it looks as though we're going to have to stick with this for now. It's a night thingy. Okay. Let's see how far through we can get now before I decide it's no longer worth it. Midnight function, midnight, yeah. Undefined reference to vtable, blah, 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 blah. Basically, that's irrelevant for now. It's irrelevant where that goes. Because this isn't working the way I expect it to work. Which is fine. Simplify. This will bring us back into here, where we don't actually need this garbage anymore. We do need this. Not. We don't need this. At all. Just need that in the header. Like that. And we're back to saying remove. Okay. And it works perfectly well. Is it what I wanted? It's not reached the gold standard, has it? Oh, for God's sake. What the hell just happened there? Let's clean up. This is the standard allowable by what I know how to do currently without research further. That will be done. There we go. That's okay. I'm happy with that. Main engine is correct. I'm happy with that. Main engine CPP. Storage of data, implementation, anything act on the data in an no, because we've got the systems. Yeah, passing data. setting up and initializing. Again, it's a system being called. These systems should be centralized, maybe. Well, they will be in the main engine. My problem now is, what is the point of core? This. It's basically not an interface. It's a base class. Something to be inherited from. That can go into the implementation. It's a base class. So the question is, how to turn this into... You can't, I don't think. Oh, I've just realised you can't. Qt does not work that way. God damn it, I've been trying to do something that Qt doesn't do. Yeah, it's all coming back to me. Ah. We've cleaned it up though. I dare say it'd work okay. But I think we would have to go outside of Qt to make this system. I'm not sure. Will we be able to do interfaces within Qt? Qt already has interfaces. It uses an event system. It's the Q object. So we may have to integrate something differently. I don't think we've gained anything from on the second pass. We've just added a layer of complexity with an inheritance. From the user's standpoint, nothing has changed. We still have the same code we started with. So I think I failed on pass 2. Personally. And I accept that. It's a learning curve with Qt, unfortunately. Right, can anybody see phase 3 where you give it the golden handshake? Can anybody see what I've done wrong in here? Let's do phase 3. Phase 2 completed, but failed. Fantastic. I'm willing to accept failure. We didn't actually gain anything, so we've still got a little bit better code, but just More complicated, not more functional. Overly keen on it, actually. So, second pass failure. And that's why I'm doing this on stream. So let's go into that. And you have to admit it to yourself sometimes. We went round and round in circles until we got back to the start. Usually that means my approach is incorrect. I'm looking at it from the wrong viewpoint. And that's easy for me to switch. I just wake up on a different day. I've forgotten everything from the day before, and I can have a look at it again. So, second pass. We know what a second pass is now. So, failed to gain. Third pass, the final pass. This is where you polish. Now, I know I'm going to gain on this one. I bet nobody spotted it. I actually did. I didn't think I'd done it, but the polish comes on your code itself. It's things like if statements. I tend to do... The hell did I just put that? Oh, right. I tend to do my if statements along the way, as you can tell. But there was one that I messed around with here. Can somebody see the problem? That's an if statement, by the way. Let me see the problem with that. Would you like me to write it out in full? If I can get rid of the garbage I'm typing in. So, in full, what those two lines actually say are if that is true, if that returns true, no, it's a result, isn't it? There we go. Get it in the right order and we should be doing okay. Get rid of that. So what it's saying is this. You do your thingy, you check your result, and if your result is true, you output it to the screen. Or if you want this is a debug, so it would be not true, and then you would debug it by saying registry of the output device equals false. And that would come up false. This doesn't print because obviously it comes up true. See? Doesn't print. Not true. But I want it to print. So what I did is I just took this statement out. Bit lazy, but what's the problem? Well, the problem is the two lines. Firstly, we have that. Don't need it. Secondly, we have this equal to thingy. Doesn't that make more sense? It's one line. It looks like that. It's not that much code. People will write if statements everywhere and anywhere when there isn't one. And it's not a QD bug, is it? Calls the message handler with the debug message. Q info, Q warning, Q critical, Q fatal, Q install message handler. Yeah, you can make your own. Debugging technique. Q info. Well, well, well. That's info. That's not debug. Somebody reading the code will think, oh, he was debugging and forgot to take his debug notes out. No, it's actually what I wanted. Oh, it's, yeah. I don't even think I need it. Try it without. Now, you should colour these. Give different colour outputs, but not that bothered. Just I don't want people taking it out, so we'll call it QInfo. Does the same thing, but doesn't register errors to the error log, things like that, if you're using the full system. So firstly, use the correct function for the correct thing. Secondly, if statements are usually not needed. Now, Erg. Event key equals blah 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 and blah 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 blah. If that is true, that equals. Well, let's look at this top if step. Polishing. So true equals 1. False equals 0. So if that is false, is there a way of stopping this action on a 0? Because that's what you're really saying. I'm not sure that we can access a null pointer, so turning that into a pointer and then multiplying it by a true or false statement might just blow the system. But technically it's correct. I've got another one. Can we do the same for here? Oh, we can on that one. Event. Passing a null pointer. My. Wonder how Qt responds to that. Got everything going. Actually, no. Invalid operands. Binary expression. Q, key event, and bool. What does Q key event measure? ASCII characters. That would be bad. Misleading indentation. Oh. Misleading you. We can put this in here. That is now a 1 or a 0. We need to know what the event earns. It's a Q key. Integer. Are we allowed to set it? That's got an equal. Got an equal. Amen. Grab keyboard. You can create your own events. Yeah, we've got native garbage. That messes. If key is 0, the event is not a result. There you go. Key. Can we access it directly or in const? Expression is not assignable. We're allowed to multiply it out because that's an int, but we can't assign. And it just gives all the garbage. How do we assign it? Is the no Q key direct? Set text type. Hmm. Set accepted. Setting accepted to true prevents the key event from being propagated. System's parent. No, that's not what we want. I know what that does. Int key const. Read only. We would have to create a whole new event. Can we not ignore it? It's a shame that it's a const. But they've done that to stop you from doing this. Oh. Sure there was an ignore. It's an interesting theory that you might be able to just ignore certain keys. I wonder if it just comes under event. And we could use a queue event. No, because then you've got to check for it. Oh well. It was an idea. Just an idea. I don't think we could do it off queue event. There's a lot of rubbish in here. You've even got icon drag event, my god. There you go. The equivalent of calling set accepted false. Would that work? If it does, I'm a genius. I doubt I am. What that is saying is that you could do something like event dot set accepted. True or false. Okay, let's try moving it all the way to the top before I go and have a look at that screen. It's at the top. That's no good to me. If I run it now, and I try and put it all the way to the top of the screen, I hit return, it's not moved. So it is an if statement, because you're not allowed, well, you'd have to create your own event, is the answer to that one, that if statement. And I think it's the answer to the one above as well. That would take more time than the if statement. No savings. Okay, those if statements are okay. They are valid. Fantastic. We have valid if statements. But everywhere else, we've been able to get rid of them. All right. So I've got to work on that. What time are we on? Oh my god. Tea time. Food time. Well, that was a good session. I've learnt quite a lot of how to go around in circles. I've remembered that Qt can't do a certain thing because of QObject. The event interrupt system. It's the event interrupt system that's actually messing things up. It's fine. That's what it's there for. Post interrupt, and it is. Otherwise, the code is fine. Done. Complete. Except for that one little irky bit. I found that interesting. All right. It saw something that I didn't. So final polish code. Ready for use. Note. Review, and I'll put so code pass to failed to improve the code so far. Unless somebody can come up with something that I haven't thought of. All right. And that's on dev, because I'm not finalizing that. If you want the systems and you want the final polished code, it's on dev. I will not publish that with a fail in it. Okay. Until I can come up with some kind of useful way of doing that within Qt's boundaries, project dead. Done. Complete. Not sure I'm over happy about the result of that project, but well, what can you say? We have the code. We know it works. Somebody can put a pull request up and work that one out. Tomorrow, whilst I'm thinking on the solutions to that piece of code, which I will find a solution, don't worry. We are going to do some research. Yay! I get to play a game. The only way to research games is to play one. Find out what works and what doesn't for you. What kind of changes you would make. We have a base code now which is properly made to a professional standard, unfortunately. So it's all yours for free. I'm not bothered. I don't want any money for it. And quite honest with you, I will, probably by the end of this weekend, maybe on Sunday's review, just have another look at that core feature of doing nothing. That's the bit that's bothering me. The only bit that's bothering me is that we failed to improve upon that. And there is an improvement. I've just got to remember where it is or how it's done. So, in the meantime, I want you to all experiment, go around in circles with your code. Have fun. Just don't get frustrated with it. The solutions are there. It's just the way that we look at the solutions. And in this case, it led us down the garden path, which is good. It should do. It makes you stop and think. And that's what programmers need to do. More, to be quite honest with you, from what I've seen. Anyway, I'm going to leave you with the completed, the master, I wouldn't use that one. I'll go over to dev, full code, it's there now. Have a look at this, then have a look at the implementation. Is main engine, which inherits from Midnight. And see if you can come up with a way of making Midnight direct access with the implementation being in main engine. In other words, all the access to main engine is through the Midnight header file. Or if you want a CPP file, put a CPP file in. I think I know of ways, but a lot of them are a little bit tricky in Qt. So I'm going to leave it there. Leave it there. I think we've done okay. Tomorrow's going to be funny. I'm going to play a game. Can you imagine me playing a game? One-handed player strikes back. Oh boy, am I looking forward. We're going to do play a game as a role-playing game. And so we've done that. We've done that. Already how to polish. First pass complete, we got the code. Second pass failed to gain. I'm still iffy about that. Third pass polish, we did that. That's good. Everything's done. We can save. Fantastic. And if I can get that second pass code, we can clean this off. Start the program. A blackboard. There we go. And I'd like to thank you all, everybody who's popped by today. Everything's up to date on YouTube at Alpha Razor Blade Sharp. So everything's up to date here. Today's will go up. So that's all it's taken to get a full game system together. We've got today's to put up, which is all of the extras that I prefer to do on top of the basics, just to show you what it's about. And that's it. Go have fun with it. Do something with it. That'd be interesting. Take care, peeps. And above all, no matter what happens in the world today, whether part of Europe falls off the land and into the sea, go have fun.